I found another Wahoo board last night, so guess I'm gonna get to it and see what happens. A couple different sizes of trim boards I had there, but I figured I would just sand them down and even them out, so it's no big deal. Just kind of evenly spaced them and just sand them down and get them about approximately the same all the way around. Kind of miscued that one, but slide it over. Well, no, this one's a wider board. That's right. This one's just that much shorter than the other side, so about an eighth of an inch wider than the other side. So try and sand it down an eighth of an inch or so, just using scrap stuff that I had, or well, yeah, that I got from that garage sale deal. So this will come out pretty good. Another uh yeah, another Rockstar board. Um Steampunk. I don't know why I always have a hard time thinking of that stupid word steampunk. Another steampunk Rockstar board. I don't know. I just like all the different stuff going on with that board. Different uh, coloration, and just random. I'm pretty random, so I guess that's why I like doing the random board. Uh, yeah. So it's just about ready. Just gotta sand some stuff down. See if I can get this above that and see what it looks like. It's kind of hard to see what's going on. Maybe. Still gotta get used to which direction the camera has to go. Uh, uh, Yeah, yeah. Try that. See if it stays. No, I'm not gonna do this. Little dozer dab there. Yeah. Thinking might be better off. Might be better off. That's a better way. I don't know how to do this, but
Simple freaking tool. I can't even get it freaking figured out.
Can't even change the freaking build out. thought that was- by the way, breaking it or something. I don't know. Wait. Freaking centered right there. If it's still. I was just way off on it. All right, let's give that another try. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. So it's kind of pointless changing the belt, but maybe a fresh belt will take down that wood a little more. All right, that was ridiculous. I'm sorry if anybody was watching. I was kind of just brain fartery and overthinking stuff.
need a better standard, but then can't handle much. But as far as commercially, Oi, oi. Well, on there.
Air conditioner going. Ah, not too shabby. Get it finished up. I think I'm gonna router the edges. That's just something I never really thought of. I just kind of rounded the edges so they're not sharp. Just with the sanding block or sandpaper, whatever, sander. So I don't have. I have a belt sander here, but I do not have a belt for it. That's kind of a bigger one. Uh, I had a palm sander. Um, I don't remember what happened to it. It might be stored away somewhere, or I broke it. I can't remember now. It's been a while since I used it, but I was given this one not very long ago, but a couple of years ago, I guess now. One, I didn't have an air compressor at the time. I ended up getting an air compressor, and then now that air compressor is 3 gallon. It the fitting on it broke, and it was funky, stupid fitting that you can't get anywhere. Yada yada yada. So I ended up getting this little 2 gallon thing, and it pretty much sucks. I have to wait for it to air up just to blow the shop out, and it's not very much to go anyway. So it is what it is. It helps a little bit, but I don't know if it would keep up with this sander. So I might have to get another air compressor, I guess, or maybe do like a high back thing and hook up the second tank to it. So I have basically 5 gallon tank combined. That's probably, I guess, what I should do. Or maybe even see if I could get that compressor onto the other tank. I don't know. Just something else I just haven't dealt with and don't really feel like going with right now. But I do have this. Um, it looks like a pretty good deal. It's got a little regulator on it and stuff. So it's a pretty nice little palm sander. Um, but while it sat for who knows how long, and who knows how long it sat before I got it, the pad on there deteriorated. So I gotta check into that. I'm assuming I just need a new plate. I'm assuming. I don't know. Just getting into this, I'm just clueless on a lot of stuff, but I know it comes with time, so it's all good. So there's that. There's those two. I was gonna make a board out of that one, but I think I decided I'm going to for this one. I think I am going to make a cut where this huge crack is. That's part of another reason why I didn't really want to turn it into a board because I didn't really want to glue that. And then I just feel like it's going to just crack more. So what I think I'm going to do is just cut it right here. Just have a nice horizontal cut right there and make 2 clocks out of it. Two, what do you call it? Desktop clocks or shelf clocks, whatever you want to call them. But I think that's what I'm going to do. And that, since it's halfway, that works out pretty well. And that gives me plenty of space to put a clock right there. So that's what I'm going to do with that one. Sorry, Sarah, if you had your heart set on that thing. And then, of course, there's that one. That one's just going to stay as is. And then just put a clock right there. Most likely just do, 12, 3, 6, and 9. And just leave it as that since there's too many gaps everywhere else. But I think that one will look freaking cool once it's done. Anyway, sorry I didn't. If anybody's here, I didn't think anybody's here. In case everybody wakes, I wasn't paying attention. I pulled a high back and just nothing. I don't know if y'all can see the birds. There's one, two, three, four, five house finches over there fighting for bird seed. Kind of forced them onto that tube feeder because I ran out of bird seed. So the big one is empty. That's why I don't know if you could see the one flew over to the big one, but then just flew right back over because there's zero seed in there. So I shook it down a couple of times already just to get the middle shook down to the edges. But yeah, the tube feeder has a lot in it still, so that'll keep at least the finches and sparrows busy for a little while. I don't want the other stupid big birds around here anyway. The starlings, they suck. So so far I haven't seen starlings at that feeder, not even on the ground really, only a few times. But I keep them, old man, stay off my lawn pretty well. So it's nasty starlings are just they're gross. Anyway. Not even a single comment. Mhm. It is what it is. Nobody, so not expecting anything. And I don't see. I don't see where the chat is. Okay, so there's only one person listening anyway, because I chased everybody off because I didn't look at my chat, I guess, and who knows? There's probably somebody else. There's probably somebody else live that are about to go live, and then there's a little. So, let's see. Hi back. You're here. I was just talking about you. I don't know if you just got on here or what, but I was just talking about you. Brr. Nice. Thanks for showing up. Since you missed, um, there's some people showing up now. So I had not that I wasn't even checking my phone anyway because I was just in my groove and I didn't want to stop. I just want to get that sanding done, and I haven't even looked at the chat up here, but they were probably everybody laughing at me and telling me I'm ridiculous and I don't know what I'm doing and all that stuff. But I mean, I don't care. The sander, I changed the belt out on it, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why the belt I thought it was super loose, but my stupid self didn't have this adjusted, and then I had it way too far adjusted, and I just was beside myself on figuring out what the heck was going on. I just assumed the belt was just too big, or actually I thought that I maybe broke this because it seemed like it was pretty loose when I was messing with it, but it's because I had it unlocked. But anyway, I was just brain farting and just not really thinking it through. But I just didn't have it adjusted correctly, and the belt just kept sliding. And then I over adjusted it, and then it went sliding the other way. And I was just like, you know what? I think I'll just try and put the other belt back on. And so it was doing the same thing. So I was just getting all frustrated and being all stupid about it. and it was just a simple thing like usual. Um, Brain fart, like, okay, just adjust it and not over. I was over adjusting it every time. So, and initially I was thinking that that was just a secondary, tightener, but then again, I just wasn't thinking about it. That adjusts the pitch of it. So, um, anyway, it's just silly stuff. So anyway, hi. Um, Hi, Beck. Why was I talking about you? Oh, because I just I turned the live on. I don't. I just turned it on, not expecting anybody to even show up. So I turned it on, put it up there, did some stuff, and then went over to the sander, put it up above the sander, um, hoping that it had a good view on it. I kind of glanced at it and it looked like it should have been good, but um, yeah, and then I just left it. I was like, I just kept working, didn't look at the chat, just like, eh, I'll just pull a high back and just go for it, just work. So check the chat later, but I don't know. It looks like I had several people on here, and looks like the first several took off. First guy said fuzzy wuzzy picture, and that I'm muted, and then he hears birds chirping. So I wasn't muted. Maybe it's just because I was next to the fan or something. I don't know. I wasn't muted. Uh, Hopefully reflection. I don't know if y'all can go up and see the chat or not, but hopefully he's maybe checking out some of our woodworking crew. He seems like a pretty cool dude. He's I'm assuming Canadian, and he does walkabouts. So he was walking around the airport, I think yesterday, and all that. So anyway, I this is the first I went up and looked chat. So uh, I appreciate selection 1234 T5R. So yeah, he seems to be pretty cool. I've checked out his stuff. Uh, like I say, he does a lot of walkabouts. So I think he got on the channel via one of the nature walks he did. So uh, Gerald is or was here. Rhinestone Suzanne, she was here this morning. Steve, what's up? Like I said, I don't know if any of you are still here. I doubt it because that was, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. I haven't even looked to see how long I've been on here. Rednecking Woodworks School, he showed up. They showed up. I imagine the whole crew is probably in the shop. Keep clicking on things and there. I almost timed somebody out on accident. It's funny. Let's see. Sorry, I'm still catching up with the chat. Uh, Eric makes it quiet in here. Rednecking Woodwork says Tom much here. I wasn't sure if anyone could hear me or not. Probably doing. I mean, it looks fine now, but it might have had some dust on it, possibly. You can't see my comments. Oh, hi back. You come in. Okay, this is where I guess I'm catching up now. Hi back, bro. I can't tell myself. Of course, it looks, but yeah, I'm sorry about Pixel. So I took it off of Wi-Fi. Did that change anything? It shows 0 people are in here, so I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I'm on dial up for sure. AOL. Think my data plan ran out. So that's why everybody's bailing. Oh, he's pixelated. Uh, yeah, see, I took it off of just, again, some stupid, simple stuff that I just got to get used to. I say used to. I just need to move my router closer to the shop, is all it really is. It's clear on the other side. It's by the front door of the house, and I'm, past through the house, past the carport, past the, in the shop. So, yeah, it only had like 1 or 2 bars in the Wi-Fi, and I believe I caught that on my first live. I did catch that before I started, so I took it off, and I have great signal here. I mean, it's full bars, 5G, full bars, whatever, blah blah blah. So, yeah, I mean, that sucks that the whole time I'm sure I was probably freaking pixelated, and part of why people probably came in, said something, and bailed. But oh well, I got the crew here. Rick James. So I guess Rick, I guess you. Spinning circle of death. Yeah, that's because I took it off of Wi-Fi. And I'm on dial-up. Not really, but I need to have a like an AOL uh symbol up in the corner or something. But it was Minecraft. Yeah, so I just, like I said, I have a great signal out here. Just I forgot to take it off of Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi was 1 or 2 bars back and forth to 1 or 2, so yeah, that's why it was so crappy. Oops. So now I am using cell data, and that's fine. Uh, I should have just noticed that in the beginning, and I didn't. Thanks, Brewer. Thanks for uh, making me aware of that, rather than just, oh, you're pixely. Yeah, pixely is fun. That I was just doing some work on some highly classified stuff, so I had to pixelate it out. You know, I do some side work for uh, Moyoc and Norm. That would be nice, but anywho, I'm trying to get this thing down where I'm not just totally freaking out of it, having a stupid live stream and all that. I know it takes time, and I keep saying, and I always say that it's just not my forte, but I mean, it's whatever. Um, I don't have a I don't have a phone stand or anything. Um, Obviously, I'm just using my phone for the live. Don't have a laptop. Don't have a PC. Don't have a tablet. None of that stuff. So it's straight cell phone for everything. Um, like I said, I don't even have a stand. I really hadn't wanted to make a stand because I mean, I guess I should. It's not like we can't just use scrap to make a stand, but um, I found that there's a pretty good spot right above the workbench. But if I just hang the phone off the end, there's actually a little notch in it that I was already there, and I was like, oh, let's line it up with the notch, and bring it out as far as I can without it tipping over. So that's a pretty good spot to review over the table. And then right above me here, there's these boards for the sanding part of it and table saw stuff. I just hang it off the board there, and that I think it was a pretty good view. I had it a little bit of an angle because I couldn't get it set up just right, but anyway, um, I'll eventually get a laptop and have it set up out here. I have an extra TV. I'm assuming I'll be able to hook it up to the laptop. Because really anything like what within the last 15 years, you could probably hook it up to a laptop. But it's an older TV, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do it. But I think I'm gonna set it up right there. That would be a really good spot for it. Um, so once I get a laptop, I mean, I'll get the TV in here just whenever I get to it. But yeah, I'll have to get along HDMI cord and all that. But that's what I plan on doing with that. I only got 20 subs so far. Really, on one hand, I want to get to 50 so I can do lives, and on the other hand, I'm thinking the same thing that I'm not 100% ready. Absolutely, probably on the same page. A lot of us get on the same page, I'm sure, or we're on the same page, are on the same page. I relate to Highback a lot, just on multiple levels. I mean, he's I think he said he's 6'3", so we got that in common. um, so oh, there's a cardinal, yo. I'm sure you can be able to see it. It's popping around on the other side of the fence. Squirrel to the left, squirrel that way. Cardinal. It's on the other side of the fence there. Probably can't see it, though. Maybe it'll hop up onto the fence here in a second. Try and go to the feeder. Um, I don't think I've seen the cardinal on the tube feeder before, so I'm guessing it's probably going to stay on the other side there, but they're foragers as well, so I've seen it on the ground quite a bit, getting seed on the ground. But um, speaking of squirrel, I did a little squirrel moment there, but yeah, I never even thought of doing the live stuff and all that. That's just not my thing. But once I got on the BV and started watching that and seeing everybody getting, having the interaction and all that, and then getting their channels started and branching off and doing their thing, like John with not your average woodworking. It's amazing watching him do his thing, and I for the most part, we as a woodworking community, we kind of, for the most part, I would say, mostly kind of wired the same, or at least um, some of the wires are going in the same direction. um, so we our brains are functioning in that capacity, and we want to do stuff and build stuff and think of stuff and all that. And John, he's going crazy. It's awesome. It's awesome watching him and all the stuff that he does. But yeah, so I was only at like 20 something for a long time, and I didn't really push myself. People would share my page on BV's lives and stuff, but it's the same. 60, 80 people. Granted, you'd think that would get you to 50 pretty quick, but not everybody's gonna want to watch anything that I do, so I don't expect that at all. But the band lot, of course, he's awesome and supporting everybody as much as possible. So I've been on his chat several times, and they promote everybody, and it's kind of funny because they a lot of times on his lives they'll see somebody that's really close, and then they'll just push, 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 push. Keep sharing the channel and everything. So I was on his, and I think I was in the 20s, I believe, and that bumped me up to past 30, I think. And then it kind of slowed down again, and I forgot whose channel I was on. I don't know. I guess maybe 2 weeks ago or so. Same kind of thing. Was like, man, I'm almost there. So shared it and was just talking about miscellaneous stuff with people, and so they were sharing it. And then yeah, finally just I was at like 45. I'm like 45, 45, 45. Crap. So I got a couple more people, and then I was at 48, and I was just like stuck at 48, 48, 48, 48. I'm like, what the heck? So I was looking at a couple of I'm guessing those are grackles. Oh, there's where because the grackle went up into the tree. There's two of them flying around. There's one on top of the post there. I don't know if you can see it. Clothesline. Probably gonna hop down now. There's the second one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are grackles. Not that I want them here, but it's whatever. They're better than those dang starlings for sure. But anyway, yeah, I got 48, and then I was like, all right. So I talked to a couple of my friends that I don't typically do socials and stuff, but I asked them, I was like, hey, can I get you to get me over that 50 point so I go live? And they did. So that was awesome. Yeah, exactly. And of course, BV is just a huge part of it. Uh, and, he's, I put a little comment on my post section. It's the only one that I have on there. Just thanking him for what he does for the woodworking community. So, yeah, I mean, why not? Basically, there's always people talking about, with not no content, not enough videos that they have edited or whatever. I was kind of thinking of that initially, but like, I'm not going to spend the time to edit a bunch of videos anyway. I don't have a computer or laptop or whatever to help do that easier. Um, but honestly, I'm just like, it is what it is. So just go with it. Um, if you watch, you watch. If you don't, you don't. The grand scheme of things, I don't think I'm ever going to get to a point where I'm getting paid for it or whatever. But I mean, that's not really what I've been thinking about with all of this. It would be awesome. Of course, anybody would want to get paid for just having a video set up and you doing some work, and hopefully the work you're doing, you're putting out for sale. But I'm not even to that point yet. I haven't sold a thing since I've been here for about 3 years. But just now getting into the woodworking part of it, just recently. I've dabbled with things like welcome signs and stuff like that a little bit. Not even, I never even got into planners, and that's like what everybody does. Um, a few squirrel tables and stuff like that, but I've sold a few of the welcome signs, but that was several years ago. Um, Everything else I've just made and gave away, friends and family. Um, it's just, I never really put much effort into trying to sell stuff online, um, or go to markets or anything like that. But at the same time, I've never had a bunch of stock to build a bunch of things either. Um, and again, it wasn't a thought at the time. But I got some stock, small stuff. I forgot to mention in my first live, um, I have a bunch of big pieces of plywood as well, which made it really worth it buying this random pieces of wood and stuff. There's that tub sitting over there. That whole side of the shop is messy over there. It's something else I got to work on. But anyway, I appreciate you hanging out, Rick. I think you're the only one that's still here. Yeah, yeah, and that's all I've really done. Just so I did landscaping as my career for several years. Um, so that's what I was just busy doing that all the time. Um, didn't really, didn't really do much in the shop and stuff. Just like you saying, just tinkering with things, friends and family asking, "Hey, can you build me this?" Welcome sign or squirrel. Like I said, the squirrel tables. I've built several of those. Have a couple here for myself, even though I don't regularly put corn on it because the squirrels didn't seem to go to the corn for some reason. It was weird. They would sit there for weeks at a time, and then all of a sudden it'd be gone. So um, maybe that I had the bird feeders out now, but that's a new thing. Um, Squirrels go there pretty often, so maybe they would actually eat the corn now. I have it kind of by the carport, hoping that I could see them from the mudroom, but seen them a couple of times. But yeah, just making that kind of stuff, and uh, yeah, I don't know, just seeing everybody in the community doing different things. It's kind of cool. Gives you ideas on things to do, and like the live edge cedar or cypress, whatever that is. I guess that's must be cedar. Uh, but turning those into clocks, I wouldn't have probably ever really thought of that before seeing people do it on the community. So um, that will be pretty cool, and I'll definitely try and sell those. Um, but knowing me, I'll make them and then give them away to somebody. So we'll see. Uh, Retired, nice. Yeah, thanks for what you were doing. I know those last probably 10 years, maybe been a little squirrely. Um, it's sad just some of the stuff that's been going on around, our police force. Yeah, that's cool. I've been all over the place with my life and everything, so unfortunately, I'm probably not going to retire at a decent age. Um, so I don't know. I'm contributing to the general 401k and stuff, but I just just done things that I didn't should have thought through before I did them, and it is what it is. So again, this is another thing. Hey, if the woodworking thing kicks off, and again, I don't think that the YouTube thing is going to do anything for me, but maybe it'll get some people looking at some things that I make and maybe sell some stuff. I mean, who knows? You just never know with that kind of stuff. Uh, I'm just again at a weird spot where I just don't have slowly building up some lumber and stuff where I can actually make multiples of things. But I just I guess I need to figure out what that is, make a bunch of them. I don't know if you've heard me talk about it before or not, but there is a market pretty close by, just within like 20 minutes of me, every Saturday. And I meant to go there yesterday and I completely forgot. I went on my hike yesterday and I should have gone to the market before I went on the hike. Granted, it's in the complete opposite direction, but I should have done that and I just completely forgot about it. But I wanted to go to the market yesterday to see if there's anybody selling crafts and woodworking stuff because the last two times I've been there was not one. So if there's a chance for me to go to a market where there is no woodworker, nobody selling crafts, then I mean, of course, that should be a really good spot for me. But it's a matter of getting some stock made, and I of course you can just bring stuff and say, well, this is my prototype, and I'll make you one. Give me a week or two or whatever. You can do that, but you have to have stuff to sell on the spot, and you don't really want to sell your prototype. So, um, yeah, I got to get to that point. Maybe make some bird houses. It's kind of the wrong time for that, just like planners. That it wasn't in a spot. Didn't have any money to buy wood lumber and make stuff, so I've just been kind of hanging out, and I wasn't able to go live and all that. There's a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, California. Oh, so okay. So you moved to South Carolina. That's right. I think I've seen you mention South Carolina and BV's live. Yeah, that would be quite the change, coast to coast. I've been to South Carolina through South Carolina a couple of times. South Carolina, North Carolina, beautiful, beautiful area. Um, yeah, it's awesome over there, especially if you're close to. I can't talk. Especially if you're close to the coast. Not that it's that far away, even if you're not, but start making multiples. When I get bored and move into something else, yeah, yeah, I get you. I can't say yeah, I'm kind of the same. So I started making a couple of squirrel tables, and that I think that was on my live. Uh, and what happened with that one is I was making the cross piece, where the seating part of it, quote unquote, the seating part of it. Um, and I had a couple of ideas on how to do that and what I wanted to do with it. And once I had tried both ideas, I don't like them. It's just doesn't look good. Um, so like I mentioned on there, just the standard. I mean, I'll show you. So I have that just tacked in, and that's what I was thinking originally. I mean, it doesn't look, I guess, horrible, but I just don't like the open gap. Yeah, I could cut them off, just leave the center part. I don't know. I just don't like the way that that looks. But then, just their standard easy peasy, just throw it together. That I've done a bunch of these, but just it's that piece going across. That's good enough. It's not like it needs to be sticking out. I just wanted to make it different, and have it. I was just trying to be different with it. I don't know. Uh, so just stick with it. The simple. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Uh, so yeah, I started on a couple of uh squirrel tables there, and yeah, I got flustered with that. It wasn't working out as I thought I was hoping, so I just put it off to the side and then went and started making that other Wahoo game board. That's what I mentioned. I think every time too is everybody has their item that they like to make and make. They get good at it, get fast at it, so it's not spending as much time on it. And I guess the Wahoo game board is, um, I think what I really enjoy it. There's a lot of work involved in it, so again, I haven't sold a single one of those either. Um, I've just given them away. There's several of those away. Um, but using exotic woods and stuff right now, I'm just using pretty basic stuff. Um, I don't know if you've seen the steampunk rock star that I call it. Um, that's I guess that's just the second one I've made. Um, but I have another board ready ready to go, ready to start. It's kind of I think what I was going to do once I finished this one. I was going to do another one. Um, so maybe once I get some of those in stock, uh, get somebody to do some orders, and I'll like I said, do some exotic woods and stuff. So get that price point up higher. Um, but of course, marketplace. I put it on there, and I don't even know if I've got any views. I don't keep my notifications on pretty much anything. So um, just because right now it doesn't matter. I don't get anything. I don't get notifications. I don't get anybody doing anything. So um, I just looking at a message. Yeah. So well, yeah. So that's kind of what's going on. Like I said, I don't expect anybody to stick around and watch this stuff because um, there's plenty of other people I'm sure to watch. Um, you just never know. I'll look on there sometimes, and Norm is the only one. Uh, I'll typically leave his on the TV inside. As I'm passing through, I'll see what's going on with his birds. But anyway, I guess I've I guess I've wasted enough time. I need to get back to it and get this one board finished. Um, but yeah, I don't know if you heard. I don't have a palm sander. So I pretty much do all my sanding on this or by hand. Um, and that's just another thing. I know I have sandpaper, and this was I want to say a couple weeks ago. I want to say it was Brewer maybe. Uh, I know I have a pack of sandpaper somewhere, but where did I put it? I have no clue. And I keep telling myself just go buy another pack, but then a couple of times I've almost bought it. I was like, well, I've been doing pretty good right now without it. Just using what I have, yada yada. So I don't know. Just need to go buy a pack because I'm literally just using one of them foam sanding blocks, and a couple of scrap pieces of sandpaper that I have sitting around. So yeah, just make do with what I got, and yeah, anyway, boring you to death. All right, see you, Rick. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. I was seeing if it would go hyperlink, but I don't know. Maybe not. The whole vertical, mobile, all that stuff. I don't know how all that crap works. I don't think anybody's here to hear me say that anyway, but um, being on the phone, I don't know if no one can put the hyperlinks up or what. Okay. Oh, do, do, do. It says for creating a poll, it says ask a question, optional. uh, so, um, so you can just say yes or no. Like, I mean, I guess you can ask verbally. So I guess that's why it just looks funny when it's saying optional. Um, oh, shoot. 2 hours on live so far. All right. Okay. when I bought these, thought I bought a pack that had multiple grit, but of course, nope. It's already what I already had, but oh well. Keep forgetting I have these battery powered Ryobi fans that I can move around. Trying to keep myself from sweating so bad. Oh, I forgot to disconnect the battery last time. Forgot who that was. One of the lives that I was at had mentioned that might have been Vicer. Um, I don't know. It might have been on Vicer's live or it was Vicer. I can't remember now, but yeah, disconnect your batteries just like you would else, uh, equipment wise and stuff. I typically try to disconnect them. All right, what am I at? Trying to get my brain straight. Yes, pretty good. A little right there, but this is just the bottom, so it really, a lot of people I think would maybe just leave it as it was, but um, also I had been on a couple of my boards. Now I don't see a piece of it. I think I threw it away. Uh, yeah, so, I had a piece of it somewhere, but oh, cooler. Um, I don't know if whoever's going to see this. I don't think there's anybody in my chat right now, anyway. But um, this old flooring, I say old. It, I had somebody mention, well, maybe it has asbestos. No, this is newer flooring, so I say newer but old. Uh, so yeah, I took up flooring in my house. Was going to originally use it in my kitchen, but decided not to. So now I have a bunch of this. So as you can see, it's down here. It makes an awesome work platform. Um, you can replace them as needed, so it's not that big of a deal. I can make them as long as I need, but typically I'm only working in this space right here, so it works out really good. It keeps stuff from sliding around, and the actual workbench that I have underneath here, the boards are not even. They need to be sanded down even, but I just never got to that. I should have done that right at the very beginning, but I didn't. So these are nice because it levels everything out. So everything's pretty flat. It does have the little channels in here, which I guess you can close them up a little bit, but that doesn't matter for the most part. So anyway, on a couple of the boards, I put these on there for the bottom. So one, it covers everything up, so you don't have to finish it at all, really. And two, it actually gives it some grip. So when you have it on your kitchen table or something, it's not sliding around everywhere. So the last couple of boards I did, that's what I put on bottom of it. It works pretty good. But the, any of the other boards that I've made, I just get the little round, uh, the chair dots, whatever you call them. And they have the kind of fabric, carpeted, whatever you want to call it. The names aren't coming to my mind right now, but they have those, and then they have the rubber. So typically, I'll put the rubbers. I'll put the rubber circles in the corners, and then, or vice versa, and then the other ones, couple, either one or four, depending on the size of the board, in the center. So that way it won't scoop. That's good. Of course, that's easier. It's cheaper to do it that route, but I think it's cool just to change things up. And especially when you had, one of them, I had a really ugly bottom to it, and I didn't want to put a bunch of time into cleaning it up. So I thought of these, and yeah, it works really good. I mean, I hadn't really thought about over time, and once you get a nick in it or something, then it might peel off. But I guess once it comes to that point, just scrape all of it off, or leave it as is and tape it down, and then put the dots under it, or on top of it. You just have the little dot heels there. But anyway, it's pretty cool. I have a ton of it, so if I scrape it up and get it covered in glue and stuff, I just swap it out with another piece and I'm done with it. I really need to figure out my palm sander situation, because this is stupid not having a palm sander. It's stupid not to wear gloves. Hands all dry. Say stupid, it's just the more I can think to wear gloves, the better, because hands start cracking. It's no fun. I'm not gonna go too crazy on the bottom. I'm just gonna do the dots on this one, I think. Uh, oh, and then I'm gonna router. Keep forgetting. I want to try to do the router around the top, just because I've never done it on one of these boards yet. So break out the router and give that a try. Anybody watching this video, watching it live, anything like that? Sorry, several starlings on my yard. I hate those birds. Anybody watching or now or later? Yeah, I'm still really green at all this stuff, so I mean, you can critique me, you can give me advice, and all that stuff. I'm good for it. You just gotta keep in mind that a lot of the stuff I do is handwork, because I don't have the proper tools to do it. And I'll get there eventually. I mean, it is what it is. I've got time, so I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Right now, I'm not gangbusters on selling a bunch of stuff and all that. So, it comes with time. I'll eventually get better stuff, more stuff. Um, so yeah, just gotta realize that uh, working with what I got right now. Yeah, this I'm just gonna go just a light thing just to clean it up a little bit. Doesn't have to be that good. It's just the bottom. I'm not even gonna seal the bottom. No reason to. Um, the playing surface, you want to seal it. Just um, help it last longer, and moving the pieces around and stuff. It's better to have it sealed in. It just looks a lot better, of course. The one that I have in the house that I play, uh, it's just stained, and that's it. And it doesn't have the border trim. I think I'll probably go get that here in a second, just so you can see it in a comparison. But it's just a piece of plywood. They routed the edges and stained it. That's it. So, uh, granted, they probably pump out a bunch of them, and yeah, as far as I know, it's an older couple or something that my mom found somewhere. Uh, and they're doing it for fun, a little extra side hustle or something. But yeah, it's just super basic. So, um, when you roll the die and move your marbles around the board and stuff, they're constantly rolling off the table. And part of the way that when we play it, the die has to stay on the board. If it rolls off, it doesn't count or whatever. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I like to put the borders on there for game purposes. Of course, it looks really good with the trim border on it, but yeah, it keeps the die in there. Marbles from rolling around and rolling all over your kitchen floor or wherever you're playing. So this little corner over here is a little extra to add to that blue on this one, I guess. Get the hardware out. I'm not left-handed, but I like to tire out working all the time, so I try and be ambidextrous sometimes. It's kind of goofy, not really goofy, different story. When I was working in an office doing invoicing, there's a program that we use uh, that had two separate PCs, but they talked to each other. Had their own mouse and everything. They're connected together through a cable network, whatever, all that good stuff. I taught myself to use mouse left-handed, and I could really crank through some work. Using both computers, both screens, and it was kind of cool. Little random, but Uh, yeah, it's, I know this is a steampunk rockstar board, so it doesn't matter if it looks perfect, but I'm trying to get some of this uh, extra glue off so it's not sticking out a bunch. Trying to keep it a little bit consistent. Rustic, right? I bet. Call it rustic. That's good. This should have been this in the first place. Well, in second place, we'll do the standard first. See the rip on the bottom? I know it's moving a little bit, but probably just on the table itself, probably be sliding all over the place. I'd be planting it down. And sliding a little bit, but not bad. Some of that same or same. Like glue hits this off. Yeah, talking about it, not skipping all over the place. But it's just the board scooping on the bottom. It's pretty good there, but that's okay. Say something in my other place.
Smarter, not harder, right? Reaching all the way across the table. I'm all about working harder, not smarter. Yeah, give myself a little workout. Freaking arms. Not a perfectionist by any means, but I try to get things looking as best as possible. At least in my crazy eyeballs. All right, I think that's probably more than good enough. Dug into right here on the standard. Heavy.
I mean, those brakes right there are rock star, right? It's a little more punk. All right, that's pretty steampunk rock star. Leave it at that. Yeah, I cleaned out my filter on my vacuum. Once I cleaned it out, it's worse. Doesn't suck as much, but it sucks more. Oh, let's see this. Let's see this. A lot of. Okay. I want to try this whole router thing. Just need sandpaper. Found it. Put it away right where it should have gone. Should have gone. Um, I don't have. I don't know where my sandpaper is. It's there. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna grab the small router and the other board. And a couple more fresh batteries. Could have taken one of the used up. Well, home router. This is the other board I was talking about. I was gifted from my mother. So they do kind of a cool thing. They paint each color where you start. Um, this game is called Wahoo. It's very similar to Trouble or Starry. Basically the same thing, just another name. Um, maybe a little different setup, but I mean, there's really only one way to start, but a lot of people get confused and they want to start over here, but that's cutting off a whole section to go around because this is your home. You know, this couldn't be your home because you'd only go right here and you'd be done. So you got to start on the opposite side, go all the way around, and then come back up your home. Some boards have a center center dot there. I think when you come out, if you roll a one, if you're right here and you roll a one, I think you can go over to here and skip. You have to get another one, I believe, to go, as far as I know. But you can kind of, it's one of the things where you can kind of make up your own rules, make up your own game, basically. Whether you roll a one or a six or just a six or just a one to get out. Whether or not you can jump people or not, and how many, yourself, all that kind of stuff. You can make up your own rules, of course, and make it go faster or slower, all that kind of fun stuff. But it is a good idea to paint them kind of stuck to using those colors. But I like to just get the bags of marbles, and then, of course, most of the time when you buy the bags, a lot of times it only has three of one color. It's very annoying, but so you have to buy multiple and hope that you kind of got to look through them to see if you have the same colors, or you're just missing one and you need at least one of that color from another bag. But anyway, I like to go this route because they're just, if you've seen my posts and stuff, I've shown you the steampunk rock star that I already made. That one has a really cool set of marbles. It's really rough. It's not, just smooth marble. It's rough all the way around. It's kind of cool. But I thought that would be a good one for the steampunk rock star. But anyway, I like to go just maybe pick your color and you don't have to worry about that. And it's whatever. Different strokes for different folks, right? But this is what I was talking about. They just did just a piece of plywood, just routed the edge, stained it, called it good. So it works, but yeah, you roll the die and it rolls off. You hit a marble, it rolls off, and it ends up being everybody trying to catch it. So you kick other, I love having the trim around it to stop all that craziness. Anywho, I haven't used like router work. So the first couple of boards that I ever made, it'd be nice to do on drill press, but small drill press that I have doesn't have a big enough mouth on it, so the board doesn't fit. You can only get up. I didn't even try because I knew it wouldn't work. You can only get up like 2 or 3 spaces, so you couldn't get the inside. So that's no point in doing that. So the first, I think, 2 that I did, I used this router and then my other bigger router, and just went around and punched the hole, set the depth, and just punched the holes. That worked pretty good, but what ended up happening is it would wander, and it's harder to see with the router. Harder to see how much it wanders. So a couple of them that I did with the router, they didn't turn out very well because a lot of the holes ended up being cattywampus and not straight. It still happens with the drill. I mean, you can look at this and you'll find several that are screwed up, but I mean, it's close enough. Rustic, as Heibeck would say. So it's rustic, so it's fine. It works. Yeah, so I found that the drill is just the best way. I tried one board where I drilled all the way through, figuring that would save time, just punch the hole, boom, 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 boom. But it just ended up tearing up the other side. I'm not going to go halfway and then flip it around and go through every single hole. It's just way, way, way too time consuming. Not that just doing it by hand isn't, but got a little more control of it that way. For the most part, it comes out pretty good. I got one little tear here out of think it's 89 holes, including the center. I believe it's 89, 88 or 89. Uh, no, just I think one tear out. That's not too bad. The battery was, I think, getting low right there actually. So, uh, if I had taken a little more time, probably wouldn't have done that. But anyway, I'm gonna give this router thing a try. Not very experienced at it. It's been a long time since I've done real kind of true router work. For like, decking, the edge of decking, to keep the edge rounded, um, just various things like that. But it's been a bunch of years since I really used the router. Um, so yeah, along that note, I don't see the wrench for this. I thought that it split into the side or something, but I guess not with this one. It's, you know, well, same with this one too, but it's not. I just put it. This should be. Alright. So on the note of green and all that, don't laugh too hard. This is kind of comedy hour, I guess. Oh, I knew this one. Stop making that. But, you know, I've always been a plot. You know.
Oh, I'm just gonna make a mess again. Oh, Lord.
I always forget how messy routers are, throwing freaking crap all over the place. Uh, that's fine. It was really smooth, most of it, but if I was just holding it at a bad angle, I guess. Not that big, could have probably done it by hand and pretty much accomplished the same thing. I mean, I say that, if I had used it properly, most likely it would definitely save some time. But
Gotta remember to look at it at a different angle. But the light's shining on a different angle. While I was working on it, I couldn't see that there was a pretty heavy line there still. I think that's all. Probably being a little picky now.
Yep. What? Wow, mine is right here on this board, but it was like that. Um, put it on, so I actually like it. Goes with that. Steampunk Rockstar, look, dang it, it's sweating on the damn board now. So I got that little edge knocked off all the way around. Not really rounding it off, just enough to keep the edge from catching something or whatever. I'm gonna have it on. I'm gonna put those little dots on the bottom anyway to keep it from sliding around or whatever. But I still always like to try and clean up the edges just to keep from catching on somebody's finger. When you're putting it away, you don't want to be grabbing it, catching birds and stuff. So that's our phase. So I typically like to round everything off. These will get a little overkill, but oh well. Um, I guess we'll see if he's ready to decide. Oh, I got a leak in my glove. Oh yeah, it's why it's so bad. It's ridiculous. See if anybody's checking this out. Looks like I got one poll person. You never know. Uh, and I don't know if you can see the birds, but at least one house bench on a 2 meter male because it's red. It's like there's a squirrel running around back there somewhere too. What's up, people? Sweating my butt off. That's what I do. It'll be 30 degrees outside, depending on the house. Well, it could be 30 degrees inside or outside. And I'll still sweat. So hot. Hot, of course. Oh boy. See, probably not much going on here. Pay attention all the time. No, 100%. I don't know. It's not like a made to the products. So, it was just a random thing. Routers are worse than joiners. I imagine there's got to be a router out there somewhere that has dust collection. I mean, it's probably got to have a small vacuum hooked up to it, or line or whatever hooked up to it. That thing will get in the way, I would imagine, pretty easily. What's up, Uncommon? I don't think anybody's even here, so I'm just talking to myself. But Ken, what type of wood? It's a really good question. The trim, I'm assuming you're talking about the trim that I was sanding. It might be Purple Heart. I mean, that's what it seems like. Sanding it, it's got that kind of deep purple to it. Got a robin out there staring at me. Um, I'm assuming it's Purple Heart, but I'm not 100% sure. It's just some scraps, so it was not labeled. They were just scraps. And of course, the center is just plywood. It's a piece of plywood that I got from work, and I used this plywood. I think they set some equipment on it or something, or parts, I should say, not equipment, parts on it. So yeah, that's what I use for that. I like having it. It's just kind of cool, especially once it's you say stain it. It's just amazing. If that's maybe I'll stain it. I think I should be able to vote as well. Okay. Probably change the one vote that's on there. The Cardinal singing today. I don't even have anybody in here listening to me. So. He was singing loud and proud, but I don't see him now. There's a Robin on the fence over there. Got quite a few robins. House finch, I think it's house finch. Could be a sparrow. It's grackles coming in. I don't typically chase those away. They don't stick around too much. They're not a pain like the stupid starlings. I can't stand those starlings. But anyway. get back to it. Three hours and 48 minutes. Dang. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I could stain stain the plywood. So you don't want to stain the Purple Heart, right? If that is Purple Heart. Uh, I don't know. Is that? I don't think that's Purple Heart. I don't. I can't tell. Is it walnut? Which I had some people in the chat to be able to see. Just wrote heads on that one. That's not. That can't be Purple Heart. Just walnut. I'm assuming. I haven't. I don't have enough experience with all the different types of wood, so um, I am pretty wood dumb. You know, I was thinking of sanding those marks out, but like I said, I kind of like because I've got different stuff all over the board here, holes, and kind of just goes with it. Just that rough. I mean, it's sanded, but um, and I would ask Gurgle, but once you leave the steam and never get back, I guess. I'm gonna keep it going. All right. I think I'm kind of at this the bottom, kind of how it started out, setting it all up. And that's yet another thing I lack is stains. I mean, I don't like most people have, they have a cabinet full of stains and paints and all that. I have this little jar that still got a little bit. It might be a quarter. Um, this is the gun stock I've used on a couple of things. Uh, it's a pretty cool color. I like it. Don't know if it would be right for this. Uh, and I have one other stain that I have in the house. And that's it. That's all I have for stain. So I'm kind of limited on stain. And I only have one bottle of clear spray right now. So I need to get some of that stuff in stock. So I'm not just sitting idle. Um, one whole piece of glue. I mean, pencil and blade on the other side. Cromwell time can with papers. Paper company. I think my grandfather probably had something to do with that pen or that pencil knife. Promo or something like that. So I don't know. Ken says stain. I only have a one stain. I can't remember what the other stain is that I have in the house. I mean, I guess I didn't stain the other one, so staining it, see what it looks like. But I mean, that's like a light brown, kind of almost a pinkish tint to it. So I'm not sure how well that would go with this. Right now, it blends in very nicely with some of these almost purplish, brownish colors that are in it. So I hate to change the color and make it kind of funky. Still got a few little birds that didn't want to. That's the tough part about drilling so many holes. Spend hours trying to clean up all the little tiny birds. Kind of like that other board. Not his are very consistent, so I'm assuming he had a drill press. But every once in a while, I'll catch a little bird and there he does a pretty good job of cleaning it up. I'm pretty certain he most likely had a drill press. Um, his stuff is pretty dang even. See a couple other off here in the Midwest. Move my big head out of the way. Whoopsie. Sorry. Um, sorry about that. I wasn't meaning to be in the way. Hard to tell exactly. Dang it. It's hard to tell exactly where Oh, what up, Jolly? It's hard to tell exactly where thing is sitting. Like I told a lot of people, I don't have all the setup. I just don't have money to get tripods and laptops, all that crap. Uh, Eventually, I'm getting things slowly but surely, but uh, yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Mister? Another guy that was in there just before you said I should stain it, but I don't think I want to stain this wood. Still not 100% sure what kind of wood it is. Maybe it's walnut. I don't think it's purple heart. I don't think it's quite purple enough. This one actually is probably something else. Yeah, it's got a different. You realize that it's got a different feel to it, but anyway, little ripples. For the most part, I'm running my hand along and I'm not getting any birds, so that's good. There's one more pretty thick grooves there. Move a big freaking head out of the way. My golly, okay. I mean, I know people on Facebook are rude, but not Facebook, YouTube. YouTube and Facebook, unfortunately. Yeah, clean that up. What there's one little groove there, that's fine. Another little one, but like I said, I like to, for this particular one, kind of like to keep it, it's a little rough. You can see those lines, but kind of goes with the theme of this board. You know, I saw that piece right here that had the big knot in it. I'm like, oh, that'll look cool. A little gnarly. This one's got got a hole, which I think is an actual knot or something. I don't know. Maybe somebody drilled a hole in it, but a knot here. So they had this little piece of uh, whatever it was, a knot or a piece of bark or something. Like, hey, why not? Kind of goes with it. So yeah, I don't know. You know what kind of wood that is? Yeah, I know who it is. You said it's me. I knew who it was. Yeah, I like the way that it is as well. I don't know if you saw my one of my other uh videos. I don't think I can't really can't post pictures, I don't think yet. I have a community page. Once I get the community page, I don't know how when you get that, but that might be once you're actually monetized. Crap, I don't know. I don't know well enough to know that, but I don't know if I posted on anybody else's community page or not, but I know I have the video of it. Um, but that one, I really like the way that one came out. Um, I might be giving that one away or this one. I'm not sure if I'm going to give this one away to the first person that showed up to my first live that I had. Um, but she's a mod for a bunch of people, and she does a good job. She's always busy doing stuff, so kind of cool for her to show up first. So anyway, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna send this one or send the other one. I don't know. The other one might be a little bit lighter, might be cheaper to mail. Clear across the freaking country, but the bottom really doesn't matter. I'm going to put the sticky dots in the corners, um, so it's not rubbing on the tables and stuff when you're using it. But yeah, I think I'll just spray the clear coat on this one. Maybe, I guess this one right here, same plywood from the same piece of plywood. Um, I'll maybe end up just using uh, possibly even this crappy sticks of pine right here, which I've used on a couple other boards that I've made. Um, might end up just using that. It's cheap. Then I can stain it um, with whatever stain I've got, or go get some more. I don't know. But anyway, maybe you can give me a guess on my poll to try and even it out. On my poll, give me a guess on my poll, man. I was gonna keep going with the live and stuff. I mean, I guess it won't hurt anything to keep going, but I guess I'll need to spray it. I mean, I guess it's ready to go. I've got it sanded down where it's nice and smooth. Uh, I guess I could spray it and then bring it back in here and let everybody see it. Oh, regional jet. I don't know if you can see it up there going into land in Joplin. I heard it. I was like, oh, I should have brought my phone with me. Let's see if I can set it up. See where it's looking. Really hard to see what. It's freaking bright out here to see where it's pointing. My big old head, like you say, in the way. Can't see. Now, All right, that's fun. Can't see. Oh, Joey. I don't know. You looked at my other, excuse me, looked at my other video or not. Here's my mess. It was cleaned up pretty good a couple days ago, and then I moved stuff around and started using stuff and got messy again. I haven't cleaned. I need to clean up that back section. You can enjoy the couple of collectibles. You might remember those actually, um, from that place that we got those few planes from. We wanted to go back and get more and shut us down. Uh, yeah, here's the hangar, aka shop. I just bought some miscellaneous stuff from a guy basically at a garage sale. They're moving out of state, so those little pieces of plywood, a couple of birdhouses that they didn't want, they threw that in. There's some other miscellaneous lumber back behind it. Might be hard to see. A few pieces of live edge. Say cedar, but I don't know if it's cedar or cypress. I just don't know enough about this stuff yet. I know they're very similar and they can pretty much be called the same thing, but all of this stuff was all from that, all of it, and quite a few boards. There's several that are warped pretty bad, but I mean, it is what it is. And then here's a couple more of those live edge pieces. These are 12-foot. Pretty sure, yeah, 12-foot is right. No, not. Is it 12 or 10? Maybe it's 10 footers. This is 10 by 12 or 10 by 20. Sorry, 10 by 20. So yeah, I guess they're probably 10 footers, I guess. Anyway, yeah, there's a couple of big, these go all the way back to the wall. So those things are huge. And there's another smaller one right here. So I don't know, do something with them. They're pretty cool pieces that he's cleaned up for the most part. And even that flat edge is cool, but I mean, I don't know, do something with it. What I'm thinking maybe is hanging a board across the back of it or something and say welcome or something like that. Maybe hang a board off one side or the other and hang a board on a couple of pieces of chain and it just has welcome on it or something. And then, maybe hang some stuff, miscellaneous stuff. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, just miscellaneous scrap stuff. A couple of tubs came with it. These boards here look like they all came from a pallet. Quite a few cedar pieces there. And then inside the mudroom, I have bigger pieces of plywood that I got. So here's a piece of birch plywood. So that's some really nice plywood there. I was figuring I probably will cut, get maybe three boards out of it, game boards possibly. What I'll probably do with that. I'm trying to stock up on some stuff, and the game board is just one of those things that I like to make that not a whole lot of people make. So I'm hoping that maybe it'll at some point people would vote yes on my poll. Anyway, you can probably see I've freaking gained a lot of weight. And like I mentioned in one of my videos, it's part of this whole YouTube thing that I'm trying out. Do some more outdoor stuff, do some more trail walking, hiking, riding. try and get out every weekend to do that. And yeah, helps with that part of it. Hi back. Yeah, earlier I had Wi-Fi on, and my router is clear on the other side of the house. Not thinking of that. My first live, I thought about it actually, and turned the Wi-Fi off because I have great signal out here, just regular data signal. Uh, I mean it's 5G full bars all the time. So uh, I just didn't think of it this morning, and nobody was on there, and it's not really a question, or it's not a question actually. Um, it even says on there when you do the poll, it says ask a question, and then in parentheses it says optional. So I took that as, well, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to put that on there and just leave it at that. So obviously somebody was offended by that and said no. It's not like you say yes and it's going to charge you. you know. So anyway, let's go check out this board. I just sprayed some clear on it. Clear, not queer. Cleared. So there is the board. It soaked up that first. See, I don't know if you could see the waves in it from spraying it too much. I'm actually okay with that on this board, just because of the way that steampunk rockstar. I want it to look a little bit off. The holes in it from the nails, scrapes and scratches and imperfections, holes, and big old knot over here. I actually like trying to overspray it some to give it some curvature, some abnormalities in the spray. But um, do you happen to know what type of wood that is? I need to get this side better. It's soaked in pretty good. Do you happen to know what kind of wood that is? Is that walnut? This one is a little bit different, but it looks the same pretty much from the top. But that might be a better view right there. I don't know if I'm too close or too far away, but is that just walnut? It almost had, when I was sanding it, it almost had a purple hue to it. But anyway, I'm gonna let that dry a little bit more, and then I'll spray it again. But do you happen to know what that is? I'm gonna let my eyes adjust. It's so bright out there. Alderwood. I know I've heard of that. I haven't really dealt with it. Um, yeah, I don't know because nothing was labeled in this. Any of the scraps or anything. Nothing was labeled that he had. So, um, oh wow, I guess I got a few people that said no. Because now I'm only 75-25. Um, anyway, I that spray is just the Rust-Oleum Painter's Touch Ultra Cover Clear. It's a gloss. It's just what I had. I they were on sale somewhere. I can't remember where it was. I'm sure it's probably Home Depot. They don't really have sales on that stuff though. But anyway, hey Michelle, nice of you to stop in. Um, I had a I had a grumpy. I don't know if any of you follow Grumpy or not. He does the wood burning. real fine line wood burning stuff. Uh, he had Cheryl show up to one of his lives, and apparently, his ex-wife's name is Cheryl. So he had he saw her name and say it kind of took him a second to process it, and not that that's what happened, because my kid's mom's name is Michelle. So um, I've never mentioned that. I've known you for a little while now on YouTube, so uh, that's definitely not what happened. It's just funny. It made me think of that. Um, so yeah, Michelle, if you want to hit yes, try and change that no percentage there. It's not really anything. It's just kind of a random thing where I could put my stuff up there, just random. It's not a question. It's just something. I mean, why not have it on there for people to see? It doesn't hurt anything, right? Um, I don't know how long you've been watching, but probably just now. But I just finished a Wahoo board, and I'm spraying it down now. Uh, I would imagine that it's probably ready to have another coat. Um, Probably should spin it around a little bit, get the sun shining on it in different directions. But yeah, it's not wet. The plywood is soaking it up pretty good. I know there was one side that was pretty dry on the bottom. I think it was this side. I mean, maybe all of them, but just finished that one. I'm gonna put one more coat, use up the rest of the can, and call it good once I use up the whole can. But Michelle, I don't know if you saw my first live, but I had my shop really my hangar really clean and pretty tidy and everything. But just in a couple of days, it's kind of a mess because I'm working on stuff. So I guess that's a good thing. Um, but this is it. I bought some wood, garage sale wood, basically. Guys moving out of town, or moving out of state. His family's moving out of state. So he had all of those little pieces of plywood and a few other miscellaneous, a few birdhouses. There's some other lumber back there, a couple pieces of live cypress or cedar, whatever that is. A couple pieces of those. There's some long, like 10 foot, 11 foot, 12 foot, maybe pieces there. I guess that's probably 10 foot because that's halfway is right here. So that must be 10 foot. I guess these are probably 10 foot. Maybe it's just over 10 foot. So all of that came with it, less like a couple of pieces that I already had. There's another one there in the corner that came with it, and then I have a bunch of plywood. That really made it worth it to get it. Was just the plywood itself, probably. A lot of it was used plywood, but still some pretty big pieces. Some lattice right there. Had a full piece of cedar lattice, and then an almost full piece of plastic lattice, vinyl, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, this is my shop. It's what I got going on. Nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy. Just a lot of some hand me downs, and others were just purchased cheap. I need to get a belt for the bandsaw. Just been putting that off. I don't know why. I've could have used it so many times, of course, but I just never think about getting online and trying to find the belt for it. This came from inside in the kitchen when I bought the house a few years ago. I didn't like the cupboards and cabinets, so I took them out of the kitchen, brought it out here. I'm gonna eventually do some sticker trading and stuff. I think I finally figured out a sticker that I want to use possibly. But do some sticker swaps, and that's what I'm going to use is the cabinet doors there. And I don't know if y'all are listening to this or not. I'm just rambling on. Just for people that hadn't seen my first live. So this is a 10 by 20, but for me, of course, just about anybody else, it's fine. But for me, you can see it. I'm basically touching the plywood here, O board, I should say. So what I ended up doing was cutting out a section just right here by the workbench, just to give me some head space. Just cut out that, put some bracing in there to help brace it up. Got everything pretty much pushed back, so got that. And then this one actually came out one more, so I just went along with the circular saw, cut that piece off, knocked this out, and that's sitting over by the house now. But just to give me some extra headspace here, and so don't keep conking my head on it above the workbench. I have that extra, what was it, like 22 inches or something like that. Just give me a little more space to maneuver boards and all that. It's pretty good ceiling, so that's nice, and lots of storage. So I've got this pretty much full. I got Christmas lights and other tubs of stuff. But I've got some extra space over here if I need it. Some fishing poles and stuff that's collecting dust. But yeah, I didn't really mess with that back end there. I need to get it cleaned up. Another kind of cool thing I found the other day, when I was talking, I think yesterday, talking about some stuff. I had metal shop in high school, and this is one of the things that I made in metal shop. So that's kind of cool. The tray that sits in there is really cool. Super sturdy. I mean, it's all just spot welds, nothing fancy, but it's really cool piece of artwork. That's what it's called. But yeah, so that's getting close to 30 years old. I know, it's crazy. Some miscellaneous airplanes, some signs I need to put up. Back when I was in the volunteer fire department, I got some metal signs that I had hanging up in the other hangars that I had. Most of them have old pinups on it because I'm a pinup fan. I was working in a metal shop and had them cut out, fire department / EMS deal there. And this was one of the not very good ones. You could see it blew out right there. So they gave me a few extra. So got those sitting around for a while. But yeah, I need to clean up this whole area back here, get it more straightened up so I can actually use the table. Need to get another air compressor because that thing is just way too small. And I can't even spray out the shop with it. It runs out of air that fast. So got this pegboard up and got all the tools lined up there. Oh, this was the other thing I was going to. So in the metal shop, yeah, I thought it was threaded. So I don't know if you could see it, but it's knurled right here. Just a real light knurl, just so you have a little bit of a grip on it. But yeah, that's one of the other projects in metal shop that we did where I got to actually use the metal lathe. So that was fun. That's as much lathe experience as I have basically. I want to get a lathe really bad, but they're just, I don't know, it's just another thing, I'd probably have to keep it out in the mud room and just anytime I'd use it, take it out onto the driveway, I guess. But so that's a cool little project that I still have around. So kind of cool. But anyway, so that's that. I'm going to give that another coat. I'm going to set it down here, spray this down, use the rest of the can, and I'll sit down and take a break and see if anybody said anything. All right, so of course, it's not dry, so it's not going to give it the actual look given, or you'll see once it's dried up. But yeah, that first coat, that plywood really soaked it up. Like I told some other people, I kind of like overspraying in some spots to give it a little different texture. That's just the theme I was going for this one anyway, just with all the imperfections and knots and all that. So, uh, I think it turned out really good. Um, Basically, those border pieces were all different. Well, I say all different. It's two different sizes, pretty much. These end pieces were a little bit thicker. They weren't even the same width. Um, I want to say these two are the same width, but uh, yeah, so I was working with all that, trying to get it about the same width all the way around. But again, with this specific board, with all the nail holes and grooves and lines, and you know, it's probably grease and whatnot was on there. That's the look I was going for. So I think it came out pretty good. Uh, that's just about a whole can on there. So I don't remember what I paid for that. I got a few bottles for sale. Sorry. Trying to get everything so I can sit down. What's going on? Of course, my ginger butt is sweating like crazy. Just it sees the sun and it's like I freak out. Sweat, 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 sweat. So anyway. Oh no. It I must push the button. Cancel. Uh so I don't know if anybody's probably no one here saw it yesterday. I was going on the trail and I had the live scheduled and everything. Everything seemed to be good. Popped on the live and like just a few minutes into it, I went to go look at a picture or something, not knowing if you're on a live, especially I guess on a cell phone live, do not back out of it, or you'll lose it. Basically, it's from what I've been hearing, and what I experienced yesterday. So I thought I could just go look at a picture real quick, clicked on it, and try to go back to the live, and I I I could find it on the dashboard. I could click on it, I could select it, but then it said something about encoder failure or something like that. Something encoding. Somebody had mentioned something about it was trying to find a way to use it like a third party streaming service or something, or video service. I don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff. It's a foreign language to me, so I'm lucky that this has been going on for freaking 4.5 hours now, but 4 hours and 40 minutes. Um, so anyway, I hadn't been working straight on that board for that long. I've been doing other random stuff and fiddle farting around, and anyway, so I know I asked a question before I went out there, and now I forgot what it was. It's cleaner than your shop. Yeah, that's what a few people said yesterday when I did my live yesterday. Well, and on the original live, that's what several people said. So, um, hey Tom, how you doing? Headed back to his live. Y'all can go check him out. He's got some cool stuff that he's been working on. I guess he's working on some trellises again. Uh, he's got a few different types of trellises that he's been cranking out pretty good. Michelle, no, this is my third, technically fourth live, I guess. I guess that's kind of what I was talking about a little bit. Was first my first live went great. It was just I thought about disconnecting my Wi-Fi because it's clear on the other side of the house, so I get a bad signal using my Wi-Fi, and uh, so I even thought about disconnecting that because I have really good cell service out here. So I thought about that. Everything on the live went great. I just kind of just BS'd around and showed everybody the shop 2 or 3 times, different people coming in and out. So that went fine. And then I went to go do a live for my trail walk yesterday. Got my live started. That's where I was going just a minute ago. Got it started, backed out, and then went to go back and couldn't get it going again. So of course I had several people looking at my live because I had it scheduled and all that. I think earlier that morning I scheduled it for 9 a.m. Central Time and got out there just a couple minutes late. So I didn't know exactly where I was going to be going. So I ended up going to a different spot than I was originally planning. So that's why I was just a few minutes late. But anyway, I got it started and there was several people there right at the very beginning. And then I went to click out to look at that picture and it just went to crap from there. Couldn't get back in. I went and scheduled another live. For some reason I couldn't get back to that. So then I just went in and went on just like I did with this one. I scheduled this one, but before it was its scheduled time, I just clicked go live. So it started before the actual scheduled time. So I'm still trying to figure all that stuff out. Apparently, especially with cell phone, you click out of it, there's a good chance we won't be able to get back into it. So yeah, this is not my first live. That's good, Tom. Glad you checking out my page, checking out my live. Wasn't really planned. I actually just wanted to take it easy today, just do nothing. Luckily, I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm sure I'll be out here again tomorrow. I guess most people are off tomorrow as well. So, yeah, just randomly figured, I'll just throw a live on and have it sitting up there while I'm working on it. Just kind of fiddle fart around. I'm not really pushing it to get it finished real quick or anything. It's not sure exactly how I want to do finishes and all that. I had one can of clear, so that's what I ended up doing. Yeah, you got your kind of regular schedule, so you're technically off tomorrow, but you work tonight. So yeah, I've never. The only time I used YouTube before this was to listen to music. Really, of course, how-to videos, random this and that over the years, but never saw myself doing a live showing people my stuff. So anyway, but at least I got that one done. I'm assuming it should be pretty much dry by now. The last few that I did, I'd keep it out here and I'd bring my electric fan out and just have it blowing on it to dry it up a little faster. But we got the nice sun out here, so it's baking it pretty good. Got some bugs trying to hang out on it. Yeah, it's still pretty sticky. That last coat was pretty thick, so I guess I could spin it around from the bottom. Hopefully I won't knock it off. Give it a different angle for the sun to bake it, and what little tiny bit of wind that's out here. So anyway, there's that. It looks pretty good. Anybody else on here know what kind of wood that is? I'm not really sure. Initially, it had a purple tinge to it. I thought it was possibly Purple Heart, but it's not. I was thinking walnut maybe, but Highback had mentioned what was it called? You look it up on the search up there. He said it was Alban, Alderwood. Um, I've heard of Alderwood. I'm sure I might have seen it on somebody's woodworking page or something, but yeah, I don't know if that's Alderwood or not. I have no idea. Be nice to find out what it is so I can put that on there. Yeah, I remember you saying that, Tom. Plywood. Um, yeah, you mentioned that the other day, yesterday, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. I know Highback is live right now. If y'all want to check him out, um, I think I'm probably 12 minutes, and I'll be five whole hours that I've been on here. So I'll go another 12 minutes. Not that I'm going to do anything for 12 minutes because I really want to wait for that thing to dry. Not that it can't dry in here. So I'll probably just grab it, let it sit out there in the sun for a couple more minutes. Bring it in here, set it on the table, let it dry the rest of the way, and mess with it tomorrow. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do anything else in here today. I'll just leave it alone, let it dry. Come back out here probably tomorrow. I might come out here tonight, possibly. When everybody goes to sleep, I'll throw a live on. That's actually probably what I'll do. Seems like everybody kind of BB does his live, so most everybody that I know on here goes and checks out his live, and a couple people jump on for an hour or two afterwards, and then that's it. So, especially since I don't have to work tomorrow, I will probably jump back on here live. Maybe I'm Central Time, so probably 11. Maybe I'll shoot for 11 Central Time, and spend a little bit of time probably working on the next Wahoo board. It's just another one that the steampunk rockstar theme. Random boards for the trim, the bordered. I'm hoping somebody will actually want a really nice Wahoo board that I'll spend even more extra time on with finishing it and having a nice board. I don't know what kind of wood, but still, I mean, I was hoping at some point, I'm sure there will be, at some point somebody will want to order a nice board for a couple $100 or whatever. It was Ken, I believe. Ken, not so ordinary woodworking. He's just about to get some videos and stuff out. He's good. He's pre-planning everything, and he's a super smart guy. He's up in the chat up here. Super smart and all that. So he's doing it, I guess, the right way. Just getting a bunch of videos ready to go, so he doesn't have to sit there and make videos. He'll have a bunch on cue when he's ready to plug one in there. He'll just throw it out, and it'll be good. So I imagine he'll get live pretty quick. Well, I'm sure he says laptops and stuff. I don't, so that's why I had to wait until 50, because I'm using my cell phone for everything. but I don't remember where I was going with that. But uh, yeah, I don't remember where I was going with that. So Ken, I was gonna say something about Ken. Not not s- Not so ordinary woodworks. What did I want to say about him? Anyway, I guess I was just talking about boards, selling them. Oh, that's right. Sorry, squirrel. He said he has a friend that made a Monopoly board, custom Monopoly board, sold it for $450. So, I mean, just a Monopoly board, but you know how that stuff, a lot of the people in here, woodworking connections and stuff, you know how that goes. I mean, you make a cash box and sell it for several $100s. That's just crazy. Um, but it's the it's the exotic woods that you're using and the time you put into it and the name that you have. So like BV, he's got his name, so you know that it's a really good product, and um, it's just, just how it works. Once you get your name out, you can charge more, right? Um, yeah, I'm hoping somebody will see these boards and give me uh, what kind of wood they want to use. Keep chasing the phone, chasing the camera. Um, they want to use some kind of exotic $100 board or something, plus another $100 in trim pieces, and then of course time and whatever kind of coating they want on it. It could easily be a $300, $400 board. Um, so at some point that'd be cool. Otherwise, I don't really have a whole lot going on. The few people in here might not have seen it. Uh, if you watched my live, you should have seen it. But that was originally I was going to make a game board out of it. But what I decided is, since it's got this huge split in it, I'm going to go ahead and just cut it horizontally right here, uh, and then make two shelf countertop, whatever you want to call them, tabletop shelf clocks. So the mechanism will go right here, and I think that'll look really, really good. And it's nice and even, so cut across here, finish it off, and should have plenty of space in there to make two clocks out of that. So make some money off of that maybe. And then of course this one, I'm gonna do a clock out of that one as well. That one is gonna look that one's gonna look really cool. Um, just do the 12, 3, 6, and 9, and just leave those there, and then the mechanism basically right there in the middle. That one will look really cool. Um, I'm kind of excited to get that one done. Maybe I don't have any mechanisms, so I have to go to Hobby Lobby or whatever and go buy some clock mechanisms. But or online, everything's online. Freaking Amazon, they ship stuff out in 1 or 2 days now anyway. So uh, yeah, so I guess probably do that, and not limited to what Hobby Lobby has. Uh, but I might just go over there anyway. Like somebody said yesterday, I want to say it was high back. It might have been somebody else, but somebody had mentioned going to Hobby Lobby to get some inspiration and to make some stuff. So maybe I'll go there, check out what kind of clock mechanisms they have. Um, so yeah, I'm really excited to get that one. going. It's gonna be cool. There is a flat spot on it, and I don't understand why they would have cut it like that. It's weird. But where it's sitting on the floor, there's actually a flat spot that somebody cut. So I don't. Why in the world would you do that? I don't know, but maybe he was gonna mount it on something or put it on a board. I don't know. It's strange. So what I'll probably end up doing with that is just hanging maybe make a weekend at Benner's thing, weekend at Beaner's, proper way to say it actually, but everybody just basically says Benner for the most part. Um, Maybe make a little placard or something, dremel out a name or something. That'd be fun. They just put it down there at the bottom to kind of cover that up. Um, but yeah, I might end up doing that tomorrow. Maybe go. I don't know if Hobby Lobby's even going to be open tomorrow. I would guess they will be. Um, but it's hard to say. The main stores are going to be open most likely, so go check that out. Maybe get a clock mechanism from there just so I have it. All over the road. You were driving for apples. You would never hit the orchard. Yeah. Yeah, I get squirrels pretty easy. I just call it squirrels. Uh, Talking about something and see something else, I'll start talking about it and then forget where I was talking about it before. But I found my way back. What it was that Monopoly board that somebody sold for $450. That's where my mind was going with that. Um, so man, I wish more people would hit yes on that poll to skew that 75% no, because it's not really a question. It's just a random little thing that I put up there. It's not like you hit yes and it's going to charge your account $100. It's just a random thing, and why not put that out there? You know, maybe somebody that pops in here sees what I'm doing, wants me to make them something, and there's a way to get a hold of me. So yeah, I mean, of course, email. I don't check my YouTube name, Gmail, whatever emails very often. I mean, I guess maybe I should being doing these lives and stuff now, but uh, yeah, hit the yes on the poll just to get it off that no. I don't know why people would say no. I mean, maybe just to be goofy, but um, yeah, just hit the yes on the poll there down there at the bottom. Should be pinned down there at the bottom of the chat. Um, Hit the yes and get it going the yes direction. Um, I got a few likes, so that's good. 16 shows on my end. So that's kind of cool. Like always, I'm not expecting anything at all. Uh, it's just something to do, something to keep me motivated. Because right now in right now in my life, it's hard to get some motivation. Um, the woodworking community, I hadn't really dove into the outdoors. Glasses are really super. I don't know if it's foggy or covered in spray. Awesome. Sweat, spray, sawdust, everything, all the things. Um, see squirrel again. Um, yeah, I hadn't really gotten into the outdoor trail walkabouts. Is what's his name? The oh, and I forgot his name. Um, not realistic. What was his name? Anyway, he's been on my chat a couple of times. Uh, I think he's Canadian. They have walkabouts. I guess it's a term. I know I've heard the term before, but uh, I would assume that's pretty Canadian thing, possibly going out and doing walkabouts. So he goes live on his walkabouts. Apparently, I've seen a couple of them. Looked at a couple of his videos. Uh, so that's another thing. Of course, I've learned via the this YouTube stuff, getting into it. Um, if you don't interact with whoever you subscribe with, then there's a really good chance that YouTube will unsubscribe you. So just hitting subscribe isn't good enough, really. You need to go and I believe it's just one time and you're good. I don't know. I'm pretty sure everybody that I've subscribed to, I try and just right away just go to a short. I mean, you don't have to look through a whole bunch of videos and stuff. Just go to a short, watch it, watch it all the way through so it shows that you actually watched it. So there's a whole analytics thing on here that you can click on and see where people stop looking through videos and all that fun stuff. Um, but actually watch in a short. It could be 15 seconds, 30 seconds, or 3 minutes. Go through there, just check out a short, watch it all the way through. And as you're commenting, it'll go through it again once or twice, maybe. And so you give it a couple of views. So that's, I mean, it's all good. It's not hurting anything. Uh, so yeah, have a type of comment out, hit the like button. Um, that way, like we like to say, it locks you in. I got that word from Bicer. 'Cause once he was one of the first ones to sub my channel, and uh, that's what he said on one of his comments. He's like, "All right, I'm locked in," or something like that. So I've been kind of stealing his term, I guess, a little bit. Not that it's his, but yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So most everybody that I interact with on here knows that pretty well because they've been on YouTube long enough and been on BV's lives and everybody else connected to BV. Um, if anybody doesn't know BV, Bearded Viking, I don't know. I think there's some numbers after that. I don't remember, but check out Bearded Viking if you haven't already. Um, he's a really great guy. I watch that pretty much every day. There's a few days here and there that I don't catch it, but yeah, it's a fun group. Really good group of people. Really good community. Uh, so I think I finished what I was blabbering on about. Yeah, like button activated. I've heard that. I've heard that a couple of times too. Uh, and some people see to either be funny or just to be whatever. More somebody else has clicked no instead of yes. So now I'm at 80% no instead of 75% no. Um, I mean, if you're just trying to be silly, fine. But I mean, it's whatever. Uh, I sometimes get hyped up on stuff when I see things in other people's chats and stuff, like using caps lock. Don't use caps lock. It's technically, yelling via chat, via text. Um, why use caps? I mean, all the time is where I'm getting at with that. Of course, you want to make a point on something, emphasize a word. That was weird. Emphasize a word. Oh, the fan was blowing board off, or the paper off. Something like that. Okay, fine. But not to knock anybody, but that's just I see it as a common courtesy not to use caps. So sometimes I'll joke around and say, "Well, your caps lock is stuck again." Uh, but and then seeing, of course, the trolls getting on people's pages and stuff, especially people like BB, because he's a moneymaker, does good work. So you're gonna get the trolls showing up on his page, and so that's fun. Sometimes he just tells them to call his number so he can have a conversation, and of course they never do. So that's pretty funny. Um, yeah, but again, it's fine because you're wanting to make a point. You're wanting somebody to actually look at your message. 'Cause maybe there's actually something that you want somebody to catch. Most of the time, it's just general chat, especially in a busy chat. You know, most of the time, it's just whatever conversation is going on right at that moment. It's, everybody's looking at it, so it doesn't have to be expressed. But say you're in a normal, regular conversation with several people, and then you want to say something to whoever's live, then yeah, use a symbol, use a couple of uppercase letters or whatever. Um, anyway, I'm kind of going on a little tangent there, and I passed my 5 o'clock or not 5 o'clock, 5 hour mark. So I'll go to 5:11, and I'm gonna call it. Uh, Pretty sure the only couple people in here right now have already seen the board. There's the finished product. I just have it sitting on a propane tank. I use buckets normally, but I had a propane tank sitting there. So I try and keep courteous of other people. Try and keep my phone pointed down just in case somebody's walking by or whatever. So there it is, indoors with minimal lighting. That's another thing I need to work on is get some more lighting in here. But there it is. It actually technically I have this as the way it sits, the darker edge on the bottom. That's just how I had it set up from the very beginning, sanding it down and getting it finished. But there it is. That's the final product. I just need to put the sticky tabs on the bottom so when you set it on a table, it doesn't slide around. But thank you, everybody. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for hitting the like button. Not so thanks for not hitting yes for the poll, but oh well, that's good. Can't win at everything, right? And now, I don't know where my it's weird. I don't know where my end chat went. So I guess I'm calling it. Thank you, Tom, for sticking around. At some point, maybe once I hit my 100 subscribers, I'll do a giveaway. Probably a board, like I've said many times, and you've probably heard it already before, but kind of everybody has their thing in the woodworking community. And others, of course. Um, I think these Wahoo boards are going to be kind of my thing. Um, hopefully, people learn about it and want one and want to spend the money and get a really fancy board done. This one's not really that fancy because that's just the scheme that I had for it. Steampunk Rockstar. It just kind of, it's got holes and stuff everywhere and little uh, imperfections and stuff. But once I get somebody that wants a really nice board with some exotic wood and everything, then yeah, I'll take the extra time to make sure I get everything just right. And yeah. Anyway, thanks again. Thanks everybody. This is a freaking long live. I want to say it was like 5 hours, now probably almost 15 minutes. But it's really weird. I don't know. It's not I twisted the phone or anything. For some, and again, I'm still learning this, still learning it, but um, for some reason, the deal at the very top where I'm supposed to end the live, it's just not there. I mean, it was literally there 2 minutes ago, and now it's not. I'm trying to minimize the screen and everything, and it's just not. It's not doing it. It was right there at the top, and now it's not. I don't know. I don't understand it. Yeah, I mean, there's no X. Like, I'm trying to minimize the screen so it all fits on the screen itself. There's literally no X. There was that in a end stream, but I don't. The little three dots at the top is chat related, so it's not that. Bye, Michelle. Thank you for hanging out. I know you probably. I mean, who knows who is actually hanging out? That's part of it. There's too many other people around, too many other lives to check out. You got your own life going on. You got other, doing whatever, laundry, house stuff, work, all that, sleeping for you. uh, but I appreciate anybody and everybody stopping by. Just like I always keep saying, it's super random and a little different, but I'm still very anxious, still very nervous about this whole thing. And it shows because my red face. It's warm, but that's because I hate to call it anxiety. So I don't really think I have that, but I guess I kind of do. Um, Especially group settings, my face will just I'll turn red, start sweating, and it's crazy. So anyway, thanks for stopping in, Michelle and Tom. I'm going to. I mean, I guess you just close out of the thing and it's going to automatically stop the screen, but it's just crazy that it was literally up at the top of my screen and now it's not. I cannot pull down any further. You can see my finger going up to the top and it's not. There it is. It's so weird. Now it's there. So now I have it. It's live for 5 hours and 16 minutes. I was trying to end it at 5:11 just because 11 is my number, but oh well, maybe another time. Thanks everybody. Bye Tom. Bye Michelle. Peace out.